네, 그럼 지금부터
Please allow me to begin Asia Economic Community Forum 2021. This is the opening ceremony. This is a very meaningful occasion. I am announcer Seung Lee. I am very honored to be here with you.
Economic Community Forum 2021. And before we begin, we'd like to extend our sincere gratitude to all of our participants who are joining us today from home and abroad. Thank you once again. So my name is Jessica Lee, and today and tomorrow, I've given the honor of being your moderator for this very special occasion. Thank you. 네, 여러분, 온라인과 오픈
So we have a hybrid event. So we have online and offline participants. So once again, welcome everyone. I'd like to greet you once again. I am your moderator, Seung Lee. Great to see you all. Thank you for welcoming me. So this is the Asia Economic Community Forum 2021, which marks the third year since it started 2029. So this is the 13th anniversary. And globally, there is a blocking and the protectionism getting a lot of attention. And we are here to get away from the protectionism. To begin with, I'd like to give deepest thanks to all the participants for your continuous support.
Forum marks its 13th anniversary. This year's forum is a place to integrate the Asian region, coping with the global trend of regionalism and bloc formation, and to learn the main current trends of world economy. 올해 포럼은 초불확실성 시대
The theme of this year is escaping from the age of hyper uncertainty, and we are strictly comply with the quarantine protocol. So we are doing our best to make it safe and meaningful. And all the participants here, and also we have so many online participants as well. And the session 1 will be sent out and broadcasted to the online. And we have this session, and it will be hosted from this the event hall. And I sincerely thank all of you for being here and to support us with all your heart. And I sincerely ask you to be here until the very last moment of tomorrow.
hyper uncertainty. And for your information, we're strictly following the COVID-19 quarantine guidelines and have minimized the number of on-site participants. But all participants can join us via online platforms, and in the case of some online sessions, we'll broadcast them live here at the Grand Ballroom. So ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, we would like to ask for your active participation, and please be with us until the very end. Thank you. 그럼 지금부터 본격적으로
From now on, I'd like to begin the opening ceremony of Asia Economic Community Forum 2021. First of all, I'd like to invite Park Jae-hoon, chairperson of Asia Economic Community Foundation, for his opening remark.
Economic Community Forum 2021. First and foremost, we'd like to open our forum with meaningful opening remarks. So please welcome Mr. Park Jae-hoon, chairman of Asia Economic Community Foundation. 여러분 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기 바라겠습니다.
Colleagues, distinguished guests, students, and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a great pleasure to open the Asia Economic Community Forum 2021 and to welcome you all once again to Korea. As you see, Asia Economic Community Forum is a gathering of leaders from Asia and the world in the fields of academia, politics, and business. It has aimed to explore the identity of Asia and the direction for its future development, while discussing cooperative measures to form an economic, social, and cultural community within the region. The forum has been initiated by Asia Economic Community Foundation, which was established already 13 years ago in 2008 for the goal of establishing the Asian community in the long run. So this year, we are celebrating the 13th anniversary of the establishment of the foundation, and we are holding the 13th conference of the AECF Forum. I could say that 12 previous conferences since 2009 became the essential steps for a successful launching of a prestigious international forum, which is expected to be a cornerstone for the historic march toward the creation of the Asian community. Since 2017, we have been preparing for publishing an SSCI-level international journal based on the accumulation of AECF activities. This year, the forum has launched and published the new journal, Asia and the Global Economy, AGE, published by the major publisher Elsevier. AGE is the official journal of Asia Economic Community Foundation and Incheon National University. This year's theme is escaping from the age of the hyper-uncertainty. We are really living in the age of hyper-uncertainty. What is the hyper-uncertainty? It includes, I would say that the US-China hegemony competition, unresolved North Korean nuclear issues, the climate change, more urgently, COVID-19 crisis, and fundamentally, the fourth industrial revolution. We'll discuss how to resolve those uncertainties in the context of pursuing together the integration or unification of the Korean Peninsula and Asian regional integration. The plenary session will discuss how to escape from the hyper-uncertainty. In 2017, the foundation launched another new project of the Youth Committee, the main activities of which are organizing the Model Asian Union competition and the international network of college students around Asia. This year, the committee is again organizing the competition regarding young people's future vision of unification and integration. Like previous years, many renowned institutions and organizations from home and abroad are participating as co-organizing and sponsoring institutions. This year, we are organizing total 13 sessions and total 45 papers are presented. Summarizing 2 days forum, will announce the Incheon Declaration 2021 that suggests how to escape from the age of hyper-uncertainty. I hope that you enjoy your time here and that you are able to build both lasting memories and contacts, even though due to the pandemic, foreign participants are participating only online. The major sessions are broadcasted in real time by YouTube. Thank you very much.
네,
Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. And he showed his welcome and gratitude to all participants. Thank you.
meaningful speech. We could not only feel the meaning of our forum, but also thank you very much for delivering warm welcome to all of our participants for joining us today from home and abroad. Thank you so much. 다음은
Next, we would like to have Mr. Park Jong-tae, President of INU, for his congratulatory remarks.
President of INU for his congratulatory remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him with a big round.
Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Great to see you all. I am Jong-tae Park, President of Incheon National University. First of all, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Chairman Park Jae-hoon, Asia Economic Community Foundation, and everyone else who are involved in this organizing process for giving this great forum for discussing the important topic. And I also welcome all the distinguished guests graced the event, as well as online participants. Since 2009, under the catchphrase of United Asia and Created Together, the Asian Economic Community Forum has offered chances where intellectuals from various fields spend time together to come up with solutions to the issues Asia and global economy faces. And this forum, we have the topic and theme of escaping from the age of hyper uncertainty. And under this big title, we believe this forum is a place to address various social and economic problems facing Asia and the world. And I hope the wisdom shared by various scholars at the AECF will extend further to a larger world. And I also hope that Asia Economic Community Forum will develop into a forum that represents Asia beyond Incheon City and Korea. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, President Park of Incheon National University. Thank you very much for being here to grace the event.
Meaningful remarks, and thank you for gracing our forum with your presence today. Thank you. 네, 그럼 지금
Next up, we'd like to begin the session in full. First up, we have a keynote speech to open the session. We have two keynote speeches to opening up, and I'd like to introduce the first keynote speech. The former Minister of Education, Lee Ju-ho, will deliver the keynote speech, and his title is about education revolution in the age of hyper uncertainty.
program of our forum, this time, we'd like to have some keynote speeches. First and foremost, Lee Ju-ho, former Minister of Education of the Republic of Korea, will be delivering his words under the theme of High Touch, High Tech for All, Insights and Reflections on Transformational Digital Learning. 네, 여러분 큰 박수로
Please welcome him with a big hand.
Let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Hello, everyone. I'm very honored to give a keynote speech for this very meaningful event, Asia Economic Community Forum. I particularly thank the leaders of Incheon National University for hosting this event. My talk today is about high touch, high tech for all, insights and reflections on transformational digital learning. And I'm very glad to share my experience and thoughts in leading this very important initiative. So, High Touch High Tech for All is an emerging global initiative that aims to deliver personalized learning for all students by combining the unique strengths of the teacher, high touch, and the power of technology, high tech. So teachers can utilize adaptive assessment and adaptive content that are provided by the technology to meet students at their level and help them progress at their pace. And teachers can utilize data from the adaptive system to personalize their teaching and cultivate higher order skills of students, such as critical thinking, collaboration, socio-emotional growth. So this is quite an ambitious goal, but I have quite an intensive experience in transforming the education through this initiative. So I will talk about this in more detail. So we can first think about the previous research on the education, and that really emphasized the importance of teaching at the right level. So over the past 15 years, randomized control trial evaluation have shown that teaching at the right level or reorienting teaching to the level of the student consistently improves learning outcomes. So there is a promising evidence of using technology to do this. So technology supported personalized learning appears to offer a significant promise to improve learning outcomes, including potentially for out-of-class and out-of-school learning. So there has also been interest from government for maybe not only from government but also from the schools school leaders for developing higher order skills, yet teachers have very little time and often little training on how to do this when there is such variability of learning in the classroom. So there have been plenty of accumulation of evidences and also the rising needs for high-touch, high-tech. So maybe this, the pyramid diagram, first suggested by the famous education scholar Bloom, could be very useful tool to demonstrate what exactly high-touch, high-tech is. So you can see in this pyramid, students are learning from, the students learn to remember and learn to understand. But this is really the foundation of the learning, right? So based on this foundation, what they really need to do is to be able to apply what they learned, what they understand and remember, and also should be able to analyze, evaluate, and even create. But in the typical classroom, teachers have been burdened to just focus on making students to understand and remember, so cannot really move on to the summit of the pyramid, right? So that's happening in the typical classroom everywhere, not just in Korea, but in most of the classroom in other countries. So then how we can lead all the students to reach to the summit of this learning pyramid? This is really the basic challenge that most educators are facing now. So this diagram, in the left-hand side, you can see that maybe we can utilize technologies to let students to understand and remember and help teachers to move upward. Okay, so if you can find the good technologies to do this, maybe teachers may not spend a lot of time for this, and they can be really less burdened, so that they can focus on really important teaching and learning, which is applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating. Right? So, so this is the key of high-touch, high-tech approach. Let machines or AIs, technologies, to help students to understand and remember, and help teachers to focus more on applying, making students applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating. Right? So this looks very simple, but this hasn't been done implemented in most of classroom yet. So this is really the big challenge, even before the pandemic, and maybe being more important after the pandemic. Right? So integrating adaptive technologies with tailored support by teachers has the potential to provide personalized learning at scale. Right? So if this can be possible, this can be done at scale. Okay? So in previous years, we have seen amazing technologies and wonderful pedagogies that could be applied to only selected few students. But if we can utilize this technology, then maybe it could be possible that we can provide high-touch, high-tech for all students, not just for a limited number of students. So adaptive learning software can help students remember and understand knowledge. This can be combined with personalized learning, personalized teaching, where teachers provide individual support to each student based on data from the adaptive software, as well as using active learning approaches to teach high-order skills. So recently, I visited many innovative, exemplary schools that really provide this kind of new learning opportunities. Many schools, they provide students with a adaptive learning opportunity in the morning classes. So in the morning, students, they are working with adaptive learning courseware. So in one classroom, maybe there are 20, 30 students, right? But each student has their own contents on their screen. Okay? So they are studying different levels, even different subjects, even studying in the same classroom. Teachers, their roles are totally different. They are not giving lectures, but they are becoming facilitator or the coaches. In the afternoon class, I found that the whole atmosphere of the school is totally different. In the afternoon, students are enjoying sports, the projects, dancing, and discussion, very active learning. Right? So this is often called adaptive and active learning. So adaptive in the morning, possibly, and active in the afternoon. So it's, in other words, high touch, high tech. Right? So I was really inspired by those innovative schools that has proven that high touch, high tech can be possible. And my ultimate goal is to make it scalable and available for all the students in the world, including Korean students. So I started with this amazing idea, turned this idea into action in the Vietnam schools, because Vietnam is really the country where they can start with very innovative policies and ways to do differently in schools. So we started with 4 schools, 2 in Hanoi and 2 in Ho Chi Minh City, to implement this new idea, the high-touch, high-tech learning for all. And the result was amazing. The math test scores improved by 0.428. This could be 2 years of learning. So we intervened in 1 semester and got the result that can be done for 2 years of learning. We did this experiment with 7th grade mathematics. So we were really encouraged by this amazing result. So now we are doing the feasibility study that is supported by the Asian Development Bank. So in this feasibility study, we are figuring out how we can make this wonderful experiment to be scaled. So we are aiming at perhaps 40 to 100 schools in Vietnam to implement this high-touch, high-tech, maybe from the next year. So in making this happen in schools at much larger scale, we really have to consider the ecosystem approach. Maybe 4 schools in Vietnam can be easy, but if you want to implement high-touch, high-tech for all, for 40, 50 schools in Vietnam, it's much more difficult. In fact, these 4 schools are foreign language schools, so they don't really need the Vietnamese curriculum that can be taught it by the adaptive learning courseware. So we just imported the global courseware. But in the case of 40, 50 schools, we really do need the local adaptation of the global adaptive courseware so that we can apply this to students in rural schools, students in the remote area schools. So this could be really a much more bigger challenge for us. So we have to consider ecosystem profile, human capacity, including teachers' capacity, and also the infrastructure. You know, that Korea maybe doesn't have big issue in infrastructure because we are very well connected and our network is amazing. But other countries may have some issues in infrastructure, especially the devices and the connectivity and networks. So and another problem is yes, the educational policy, right? So to bring about this radical change in the classroom, many policies should be adopted. Even Korean schools, we really do need a different approach to education policies. So this is a really big challenge, right? You have to make a change in infrastructure, and also you have to encourage a new business model for edutech companies, and also you need much better human capacity for teachers, and also you need much better policy framework. So we are trying to figure out how we can suggest these changes to the government of Vietnam. So this is about Vietnam prototype project. After the success of Vietnam prototype project, I returned to Korea because you know that I was in the Education Commission in Washington, D.C. for a year when I worked on the Vietnam project. So after my sabbatical leave of 1 year, I came back to Seoul and founded Education Commission Asia, which is the hub of Education Commission. And we really focused on high-touch, high-tech for all. So the main mission of Education Commission Asia is to provide high-touch, high-tech for all students in the world. So we first started with University Consortium. Now we have 28 universities. There is one more university recently joined in the consortium. And also we have K-12 consortium and we have EduTech consortium. Because you know that to start this radical change, you need to work with innovators. So innovators should be working together to overcome the challenges. Right? So we have to learn from each other, and we need to collaborate with each other to make really a radical change in education. So let me first talk about K-12 consortium. So we specifically targeted students from low income, disadvantaged, and marginalized background students. So those students, some are the students from the multicultural ethnic backgrounds. Those students, some students are from the very low-income families. Many students are sleeping in the mathematics course class, right? We have seen those problems for years. And the main reason for them to sleep in the classroom is they don't understand what teachers are teaching because they are 2 or 3 or 4 years behind. So they don't know what teachers are teaching, so they are sleeping, right? But if they are given the courseware that really teach them the right content at the right level, they suddenly start to enjoy the learning. This is the experience that I had with those students. But if you want to make them to work with adaptive learning courseware, you need a good mentor. You just give them the device and just say them to do this. Maybe they are not doing that. Right? They are not motivated. They don't know what to do. But so what we did was, for example, in Pohang City, we have 3 students in an orphanage. And for those students, we bring in college students from Handong University. They are trained how to mentor those students. And they are trained how to utilize the adaptive learning courseware. So the students in the orphanage, they got the new AI courseware, and they became really proud of having an AI device that many others don't have. So they can brag about having AI courseware to their friends in the classroom. So they really been motivated to utilize them. But more important is that they now have a sister or a brother who are attending Handong University. Who meet them regularly, twice a week, and leading them how to utilize adaptive learning courseware. So just in 2 or 3 months, they really changed a lot, and they enjoyed the learning, became to enjoy the learning, and their academic performance has been really improved. So this is the good example how K-12 consortium can contribute. So to make this possible, we had a fundraising from the foundations so that they can support financially for this ambitious project. So we do need different players, foundations, edutech companies, mentors, universities. They all collaborate with each other to help those disadvantaged students to have an opportunity of high-touch, high-tech learning. And university consortium is also quite interesting concept. So in university, the problem is that professors, they are quite reluctant to make change in their teaching. So what we did was we started with prototype projects. So we persuaded some professors in innovative universities, including Aju University, Halim University, and so forth, and KDI School, of course. So, and we work with champion or pioneer universities like them. And then we invite the participant of global partners. So we invited McGraw-Hill, Pearson, and the Wiley, those companies that can provide adaptive learning courseware. And also we invite some domestic vendors as well. They now been developing very rapidly, utilizing AI technologies and so forth. And we take advantage of network effects of a multi-sided platform. This is quite a jargon, but you know that this consortium is kind of a platform that we can matchmake different players. So we make universities to meet with and work with private sector innovators like or global players like McGraw-Hill And also we arrange those champion universities to talk with those universities who are starting this new program. So we are offering mentoring courses for professors. We are offering manuals for those professors who want to start this new courses. So overall, we have a reflection that yes, we have had a lot of difficulties, but we can make a gradual shift. First, maybe you can say to teachers or professors that you can be less burdened when you bring in the new coursewares. And then gradually we can encourage teachers, professors to try new pedagogies like project-based learning, discussion-based learning, and so forth. And second, still, especially in the primary education, there has been a high reluctance of education institutions, schools, in collaborating with edtech innovators. But like I said, we can be matchmakers to introduce the innovators in private sector to help those teachers and school leaders. And lastly, the perception of parents and education associations that the technology might impair students' personality and creativity. So many parents told me that if you make students to work with AI tutors, maybe they are losing the human strength, right? So that kind of concerns. But I'm saying that this is a high-touch, high-tech approach. So we are not just emphasizing high-tech, but we are really emphasizing high-touch capacity of children, so that that can be quite helpful to persuade parents to embrace these new ideas. So we had a global conference to share this experience in this summer, and we invited global leaders to discuss this new direction that we have been pursuing for more than a year. And we got a really positive responses from the global leaders in education and the other sector. So we had more than 40 sessions, and we had more than 120 global leaders in the conference. So I will just briefly introduce what they talked about in this conference. So Gordon Brown, of course, the chairman of Education Commission, he said that with scalable human and AI-powered innovations like high-touch, high-tech, we can and must revolutionize learning so that we can at last deliver on our promise to the world's children to ensure equitable, inclusive, quality education for all. Susan Hopgood, the president of Education International, she said that high-touch, high-tech is essentially a concept that Education International, this education is the International is umbrella organization for all the teacher unions. So we have Jeon Gyojo and Gyochong, they are all members of this Education International. But she actually talked about this as she has been actually working with me to start this high-touch, high-tech, because I was chair of education workforce initiative, and she was actually vice chair for this. So we worked together with me as a former minister and her as a current leader of teacher unions, and we all agreed that this new way of learning can be supported not by just policymakers, but also by union leaders and teacher union members. So let me talk about this important message that stress the importance of teachers and professors. At the end of the day, it's teachers and professors who can make real change in the classroom. So you really have to work together with teachers and professors. And we really have to encourage them to make change. And so the teachers are at the heart of high-touch, high-tech approach, and meaningful change can only occur through, from, and with teachers. So I will conclude with my final insights and reflections. High-touch, high-tech shows promise for teachers as it radically reduces their burden of delivering content knowledge. And it promises for parents and students as it provides students with active learning experience for socio-emotional growth and the cultivation of their high-order thinking skills. And high-touch, high-tech shows promise for a policymaker as it shows promise as scalable learning approach. So to provide high-touch, high-tech for all, together we must turn this crisis into an opportunity. We have to start small, but we can really scale smart through this approach. We have to build open, multi-sided platforms for leaders, innovators in education, technology, infrastructure, finance, public policy, and academia. Thank you very much for your attention.
네,
Thank you for your speech. Turning crisis into the opportunity, it touched me a lot.
meaningful words. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give him another big round of applause. 여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. That's the end of the first keynote speech. Now I'd like to introduce you the second keynote speech. It will be delivered by Professor Arvind Panagaria at the Columbia University. He will touch upon the relevance of India for East Asia in the next decade.
Let's move to the second keynote speech prepared for you today. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Arvind Panagaria, Professor of Columbia University. So today's theme of his presentation is Relevance of India for East Asia in the next decade. 네, 지금 코로나 상황으로 인해서 현장
Because of COVID-19, he can't be here today, and we have a pre-recorded video of his lecture.
19. We're not able to have him here in person, but he has sent us very meaningful keynote remarks. So ladies and gentlemen, let's get our attention to the screen. 여러분, 큰 박수로 화면으로 함께 만나보시죠.
My most sincere thanks to Professor Jehon Park and Professor Joseph Breda for inviting me to this August forum. My pleasure to be here is double because of the fact that this is being held in South Korea. This is a favorite country of trade economists, as you can imagine, because South Korea really was one of the very first countries to open up its economy and achieve growth rates of 8 to 10% for almost 3 decades. So I'm doubly honored to be participating in this forum. I'll get to the subject right away, and I'm going to share my screen with you. So let me begin by showing you my presentation. Okay, my subject is going to be India, Asia, and the world. I'm focusing principally on India. Now, as we go forward, India is going to matter more and more for Asia, of course, but also for the global economy. I begin first by making that case. On the economic front, India's GDP the market exchange rate is expected to be about $2.9 trillion in 2021. So that actually makes India the third largest economy in Asia, and with a marked gap between it and the fourth largest economy, which of course is South Korea. India is also the fifth largest economy globally. And during 2003 to 2019, it grew at a reasonably impressive rate of 7.4%. I think for a democracy, this is probably the only example that has grown on a sustained basis for 17 years at this kind of growth rate. If I translate that growth rate actually in US dollars, then this growth rate is even higher, actually 8.8%, because during this period, rupee was appreciating in terms of the dollar. So, and if I project that forward and surmise that, let's say, if India grows at 8%, which is completely feasible, as I would argue in my presentation shortly, by 2030, its economy will become $5.8 trillion, which will make it comfortably the third largest economy globally. And so it will be third largest economy of the world, second largest in Asia. So that sort of gives you the reason why India is going to be important in the next 10 years or so. The table really shows you the position, relative positions of China, Japan, India, South Korea, and Indonesia. So that gives you where India stands. As I said, it is the third largest economy, and its rank in Asia is third, and in the world it is fifth. Why India matters for Asia also geopolitically, right? There is that is an issue as well. And for the first time in modern history now, what we are observing is that an Asian country, China, wants to be the undisputed hegemon of the region and possibly the world. And China is also an aggressive power, and its ambitions are not limited to dominating just economically, but also internationally. But even more than that, it wants to dominate territorially. It has territorial ambitions in both South China Sea and on its vast common border with India. And this ambition with respect to Indian border, of course, has resulted recently in a renewal of tensions and outright conflicts. So with India expected to become the second largest economy in Asia and the third largest globally, it is bound to take a key part or bound to become a key part of any bulwark that is designed to counter China. And this fact is already kind of manifesting itself in the grouping that has been formed called the Quad, which includes the United States, Japan, India, and Australia. So this is happening perhaps down the road if we see even more tensions with China, particularly asserting itself with respect to Taiwan. Presumably, the importance of Quad will only rise in the future. So what I'm going to do is effectively play to my own strength, which is on the economic side. And so what I'm going to do is take a closer look at India's economy and try to convince you that it is quite likely to be rather important for Asia as well as the global economy down the road. This graph shows the annual growth rates in India from about 2001 to 2020. India's fiscal year starts on April 1 and ends on March 31, and all the data are by the fiscal year. So you will see that all my years that are shown here on the horizontal axis of this graph, they speak like 2000, 2001. What that means is that this is the year starting on April 1, 2000, ending on March 31, 2001. So what you'll see is that Indian economy has actually during these years, last 2 decades, grown quite rapidly. In the initial years of the decade or the millennium, growth rates were sort of low, 4.8, 3.8, but then they took off. Then the economy took off, 7.9%, 7.9%, and then hits close to almost 10%, well above 9%, and so forth. So then, of course, global financial crisis, after which, nevertheless, the economy picks up very fast. It was fundamentally in sound condition, and so it jumped right back into 8.5, 10.3, and so forth. It had some bumps then, but it grew again at 7 to 8% rates for several of these years. And then, in the last several years, it has seen the growth rate declining, though starting from a rather high peak of 8.3%. The COVID year has been quite bad actually in India. The sharp decline of 7.3% during 2020-21 has been one of the sharpest around the world. And I will talk a little bit about that as I go further. You can see that this acceleration in the growth rate that I have shown in the current millennium or current century did happen with the opening up of the economy. So opening of the economy was very critical. There were other economic reforms that were done as well, of course. Openness by itself alone cannot carry the day. Other reforms have to be done, but these were done as well. And so you can see that, this graph shows the exports and imports as a portion of the GDP. And both of them starting around the current millennium, you see there is a significant jump. It steadily rises and all. It then has seen a decline, little rise again, and then back down. But nevertheless, still the imports are and exports both are in the neighborhood of about 20% of the GDP, which is sort of respectable. It can do better, and I'll make that case, of course, as I go further. Now, the recent slowdown, growth rate really fell from 7% in 2017 to 6.1% in 2018, and then to 4.2%. Actually, it may have been 4% in 2019 after the revisions were done to the GDP estimates. So it really sort of afterwards, then of course, it comes the COVID year, it drops to 7.3%. The key reason for the slowdown to 4%, even in the pre-pandemic year, was weakness in the financial sector. There was massive lending by public sector banks. India's banks, the very large proportion of them are in the public sector. And they ended up actually lending vast sums of money to corporations without due diligence. Then that led to repeated restructuring of the loans, and there was undue delay in recognition and cleanup of non-performing assets. And that, of course, led to the weakness in the entire financial system. The mistake has now been addressed. Balance sheets of both the banks and corporations have substantially recovered. So some attrition may still happen in the post-COVID-19 era, but that would involve predominantly weaker, unviable enterprises. In mid-March, India put in place what was by far the severest lockdown of the economy. This was in 2020 as COVID began to kind of show itself as the signs of the spread of COVID began to show themselves. India ended up in a very, very severe lockdowns, more severe than perhaps any other country. The result was a fall in the GDP of 24.4% during April-June 2020 quarter itself. And that fall accounted for most of the decline during the 2020. In fact, once the lockdown was undone, the economy was opened up. Recovery was quite rapid, actually. In the second quarter of the fiscal year, growth rate decline was limited to 7.4% from, as I said, 24.4%. And then in the following two quarters, growth rate turned positive. And this was quite significant because these growth rates have been calculated over the prior quarters a year ago, the same quarters a year ago, which were both pre-COVID. So therefore, in the second and in the third and fourth quarter of the fiscal year 2021, Indian economy did actually return to the pre-COVID level. So its return to pre-COVID level was pretty swift. Now, it so happened that there was a second wave of COVID-19, which was an incredibly harsh wave, which again came in the quarter of April, May, and June of 2021. That was exactly the same quarter a year earlier. But in spite of this severe second wave, this time the government really did not lock down the economy in the way it had done in the same quarter a year earlier. And as a result, therefore, the economy has managed to grow in this quarter 20.1%. Now, obviously, this is a bit of a misleading figure because this growth rate is calculated over the same quarter a year ago, during which growth rate had actually declined 24.4%. And so we are really calculating the growth rate on a very low base. But still, given the fact that it's 20.1%, it shows that in spite of a very harsh second wave, the economy managed to come almost, not quite, but almost close to the pre-COVID level. So that's a good sign. We don't have the figures or growth estimates of the following quarters. So much will depend how those estimates turn out to be. My own guess is that it will come out significantly above the pre-COVID levels. It is not surprising to me that in its latest kind of October 2021 forecast, the International Monetary Fund is pegging India's growth rate at 9.5% for 2021 and 8.5% for 2022. So these are by far the highest growth rates forecast among the major economies of the world. China, which is probably the closest to India in growth rate terms, for China, the forecasts have been 8% in 2021 and 5.6% in 2022. Now, future prospects, I think, thinking more longer term, I'm willing to bet that Indian economy will manage perhaps about 8% and certainly 7% growth rate on average in the next 2 decades. There are two main reasons why I think so. First, the economy is fundamentally sound now, and banks and corporates are showing considerable recovery of their balance sheets. And second, which in a sense is far more important, is that in the last 5 years, India has enacted several politically challenging economic reforms that had been in discussion for more than a decade, but were not enacted. I'll give you some details in a minute in my next slide. But the point is that the impact of these reforms has happened to a very small degree yet. The full impact is yet to happen. And as that impact is realized, and given that the economy is coming from a relatively strong base now, 7 to 8% growth clearly is a very feasible one. And if India really does something with respect to its trade policy, in particular free trade agreements with some of the major trading partners, it has the chance for the first time to push the growth rate to almost 10% in the next decade or so. So the reforms that I referred to, I've listed the bigger ones here. First of all, the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, extremely important reform. I had written about this for almost 15 years, asking that India ought to have a bankruptcy law very along the lines of the US bankruptcy law. So finally, it has one. The second big reform was the Goods and Services Tax. This is a value-added tax which has replaced myriad indirect taxes that had existed between the central government and the state governments, more than a dozen such different taxes. So they have all been replaced by a single tax. Now, in terms of indirect tax, there is a single tax to each product applied India-wide. So it also raises a lot of efficiency in terms of the movement of the goods across different state borders and so forth. Corporate profit tax was recently knocked down from more than 34% to 17% for new investments in manufacturing and to 25% for all other corporations. So this is also a major kind of investment-friendly reform. Labor laws have been reformed as well. I've written about that for more than 15 years as well. And finally, about 90% of those reforms that I was pushing for have happened. There is still some 10% left. But that is also the new legislation gives powers to the states to automatically kind of just by notification make the remainder of the reform. So good progress there as well. There were three major farm laws that were passed for agricultural marketing. These have been contentious, and I'm sure you have read about these, the protests in the press. But these, the government has held its own on this and not backed out. So the reforms, although they have not been implemented yet, but they will be implemented perhaps in 6 months to a year. The government is also undertaking a massive privatization and asset sales program. So that is also a very good sign. India, as most of you would know, has had a very long history of socialist style development. And so the public sector has been very dominant, and the current government is very determined to privatize. So one kind of indication of its determination is that finally it has successfully privatized the Air India, which sort of was really more or less a symbol of public sector operations and the cost that these public sector operations impose on the taxpayer. Now, India's Achilles heel, however, as I say, is trade. And here there has been some reversal. Even the present, particularly actually, I should say the present government has been has turned back to protectionism. To some degree, it is like the situation in South Korea in the early 1970s. In 1973, South Korea, having expanded its imports quite manyfold actually over the previous decade from 1963 to 73. It then went on to this, heavy and chemical industry drive, the HCI, which was very much in substitution. And somehow, because India's imports have also expanded almost to 25% of the GDP in the past 15 to 20 years, suddenly the government thinks that, India ought to be producing these products. And so several of the tariffs have been raised. This table the first table on the left gives you the expansion. You can see that the average tariff, a simple average of all tariff rates has gone up from something like 8.9% in 10-11 to about 11.1% 10 years later in 2021. And the percent of tariff lines with rates of 15% have also gone up from something like 11.9% 10 years ago to 25.4% now. Similarly, India is also a major user of anti-dumping measures, and the second table gives you the data on that fact. So for both of those reasons, I think reforms that India has done otherwise domestically, which I just described, will not give their full return unless India somehow gets back to opening up the economy. And this is where the free trade agreements are very important. And unfortunately, so far, India has not engaged in any major kind of or free trade agreements with its major trading partners. Within Asia, it has moved. So it has free trade agreements with South Korea, Japan, and ASEAN. But at the moment, these are not the entities that are largest trading partners of India. The largest trading partner of India is China, and then followed by European Union and the United States. And with none of them, India has any free trade agreements. So that is an area in which India needs to move ahead. The case actually becomes now even geopolitically very powerful for India to do that, because with the rising tensions with China on the border, politically the government really wants to distance itself away, as well as the economy, away from China. And there is no easy way to do that. You certainly cannot, it will be self-defeating to start imposing any discriminatory tariffs against China. So the easiest, the best way actually to do it, which to some degree kills two birds with one stone, because it will allow you to both liberalize trade and at the same time move away from China. And that is the free trade agreements with other trading partners. So, there's a very good case now for India to begin aligning itself more closely within Asia with Japan, South Korea, and Australia, and outside with the European Union, United Kingdom, United States, Australia, and so these are the countries with which it ought to begin aligning more closely. Now, while an FTA with the United States faces more serious obstacles because US is super competitive in agriculture, and India kind of is politically would not be able to liberalize its agriculture. Also, issues of labor standard and IP protection will be a part of FTA with the United States, on which India is not very warm. But it really certainly can go ahead with the European Union, United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, and luckily there has been some announcements now from Commerce Ministry that they are pursuing FTAs with these 4 countries: European Union, UK, Australia, Canada, and in addition also with the United Arab Emirates, the UAE. And perhaps a few others. So there is some movement in that direction happening. We'll see whether this actually translates into actual action or not. India must also strengthen its existing FTAs with Japan, South Korea, and ASEAN. This would involve narrowing down the negative lists of products in which tariffs were not lowered originally. And I think these negative lists should be trimmed down to the bare bones. That would help expand trade with the trading partners in Asia as well. The FTAs can potentially turn India into an attractive destination for multinationals looking for diversification away from China as well. At present, such diversification is happening more towards Bangladesh, Vietnam, and the other neighboring countries of China. But the size of these economies, particularly in terms of labor force, is limited, relatively small, and they certainly cannot really replace the size of China. And so India, therefore, has a natural advantage there. But to convert this natural advantage into actual advantage, some more work will be required. It is required. 2 or 3 measures that I suggest are that India must make its tax regime more predictable. There's been a bit of a past history of retrospective taxation, assessments of taxation unexpectedly on the companies and so forth, and that sort of scares investors away. So that's something to be done. Make the tax regime more predictable, more reliable, more trusted tax regime. It must also improve its bilateral investment treaties. For example, currently India does not automatically extend the MFN treatment to foreign investors from different countries. So, the treatment of different countries in the same sectors can differ in principle. And that's not, something very desirable. So that's one of the ways that the investment treaties can be improved, but I'm sure there are other areas in which it could make improvements as well on its investment treaties. It must also simplify its regulatory regime in general to improve the ease of doing business. India tends to be a bit bureaucratic, and that has always been a concern of foreign investors in India. To maximize benefits from FTAs, some further suggestions. In 2019, India's merchandise exports stood at about $320 billion. But with global merchandise exports at about 19 trillion in that year, India's share was only 1.7%. So today, India's share in trade is very small. And if it were to actually, embark upon these FTAs and other complementary policies that I have suggested, India can easily raise this share to between 4 and 5% in 10 or fewer years. This would mean exports rising to anywhere between 750 billion to 950 billion dollars. This is just merchandise exports. And that expansion of exports would also permit India to expand its imports from the trading partners commensurately, because when you export more, you can import more. Therefore, it would also open up vast opportunities for its FTA partners and other trading partners, of course. So alongside the expansion of merchandise exports, India can also count on more than doubling of its services exports in 10 or fewer years. And currently this level is about $213 billion. If it doubles, it'll be more like $425, $426 billion. That together with merchandise exports, gets India to something like $1.34 trillion worth of exports. And that would go quite places for India, improving its place in the global economy. So I'll conclude very quickly and very briefly. With rising ambition of China to dominate Asia region and indeed the world, India is likely to become progressively more important for Asia economically as well as geopolitically. So that's my first point. By 2030, India is almost certain to become the third largest economy in the world. That's my second point. To maximize its potential, India needs to reverse its current trend of rising protection and to distance itself from the Chinese economy for geopolitical reasons, and to maximize its own economic potential. India must aggressively negotiate FTAs with the European Union, UK, and Australia, and strengthen its existing FTAs with Japan, South Korea, and ASEAN. So thank you very much. I'll conclude with that. Thanks for giving me this terrific opportunity.
Thank you. The second keynote speech by the professor.
Meaningful keynote speech. 네, 그럼 이것으로 2021
With that, we will end the opening ceremony of the Asia Economic Community Forum 2021. We'll have a short break and we will begin the session from 3:30.
opening ceremony of the Asia Economic Community Forum 2021. So we'd like to have a short break and come back from 3:30 p.m. Korean Standard Time. So ladies and gentlemen, please join us shortly. Thank you very much. 아울러 현장에 계신 분들께
And for the participants in the scene, please enjoy the refreshments in the lobby. And for those who are watching this online, we ask for your continued participation and attention until plenary session that will continue shortly.
prepared in the lobby. And those who are joining us online, we'd like to ask for your continuous participation and attention until our plenary session, which will be proceed shortly. 개회식에 함께해 주신 모든 분들께 다시
Thank you all for being here. I'll see you few minutes later.
네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 2021 아시아 경제공동체 포럼 총회가 시작이 되겠습니다. 함께 하실 분들께서는 자리에서 함께 착석을 해주시고 온라인 참석자분들께서는 또 저희와 함께할 준비를 해주시면 대단히 고맙겠습니다. 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 뒤 저희 2021 아시아 경제공동체 포럼 총회가 시작이 되겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, may I have your attention please? We'd like to resume with the plenary session of the Asia Economic Community Forum 2021 shortly. So please enter the hall and please be seated. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation. And as we did at previous sessions, we like to provide a simultaneous interpretation service. So those who need any translation service, please use a receiver on your table. Channel 1 for Korean and Channel 2 for English. 네, 여러분 지금 곧 이어서 진행될 총회에서도 한영 동시통역 서비스가 제공이 됩니다. 필요하신 분들께서는 한국어 1번, 영어 2번으로 채널을 맞춰서 이용해 주시기 바라겠습니다. 고맙습니다. 네, 여러분 모두 준비가 되신 것 같습니다. 그럼 지금부터 2021 아시아 경제공동체 포럼 총회를 시작하겠습니다. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we'd like to resume with the plenary session of the Asia Economic Community Forum 2021. 본 총회의 주제는 초불확실성 시대로부터의 탈출입니다. 오늘은 좌장님께서 본 세션을 이끌어 주실 텐데요. 먼저 소개드리겠습니다. 김원수 전 UN 사무차장님께서 함께 해주시겠습니다. 네, 여러분 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다. The theme of this session is escaping from the age of hyper uncertainty. And we do have a chairperson at the session, so please join me in introducing him. So Mr. Kim Won-soo, former Undersecretary General of UN, will be the chairperson for this very meaningful session. 네, 그럼 모두 준비가 되신 것 같은데요. 좌장님께 마이크를 넘기도록 하겠습니다. So, chairperson, if you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you for your kind introduction. And good morning, good afternoon, and I think also maybe very good late good evening to Professor Brada, depending on from where you are joining us today. And it is a great honor and distinct pleasure for me to moderate this session with a well-known experts and also close friends of mine. Ambassador Shin, we have known each other for, I think, over close to 40 plus something years. And also Professor Park Sung-hoon from Korea University and Vice President of International University, Professor Lee Ho-chol. We are doing this forum, I think, 3 times. So this is the 3rd time we are doing this together. And also Dr. Kim Hung-jong, Director, President of AECF. I think also we did it already. This time is 2nd time. So thank you so much for joining us today. And today's theme, and I must say, last year we discussed hyper uncertainty, and this year's theme we add the purpose, escaping from the age of hyper uncertainty, because we want to see whole world finally gets out of the woods of the COVID-19 pandemic, but still, unfortunately, the end of the tunnel is not in close sight, but still, we believe time has come for us to look beyond the pandemic. But even if we look beyond the pandemic, global landscape doesn't look easy, and it'll be full of challenges. And in the region we are now living in, we call it Northeast Asia, I think the perfect storm of uncertainty is blowing on us. At the global level, pandemic is still out there, and US-China rivalry is intensifying at the global level. At the regional level, nationalism is rising in all countries, and that makes every set of bilateral relations between the countries in the region very tough to manage, because the ghosts from the past history and lingering disputes are still haunting us to move forward. On the Korean Peninsula, as we discussed in the morning session, challenges of how to achieve durable peace and complete denuclearization at the same time on the Korean Peninsula still remain elusive. Although we have no other choice but to achieve it and still negotiate settlement remains the best possible, maybe the least bad option. So we have to still give it a shot. So with this as background, now I'd like to invite Professor Christian Dreger. Thank you so much for joining us. Can you hear us?
Greetings from Germany. I can hear you. I hope you can also hear me.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. So floor is yours.
And now you should be able to see my screen, right? Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, we can see very clearly.
Okay, so greetings from Germany to the conference. I hope you all enjoyed the conference and enjoyed the coffee break. My talk is about economic impact of the COVID pandemic, costs and the new normal after the crisis. I'm from European University in Frankfurt. So my presentation is structured as follows. I have 3 sections. Try to stay within the 30 minutes limit. So part 1 is social distancing and lockdown policies to limit the spread of the virus. This is more or less a review of the outbreak of the pandemic and then the spread across different countries. We will also discuss indicators to measure the lockdown here, because the most relevant topic of my talk is the economic consequences of the corona virus. Part 2 is economic impact of the corona pandemic. Why should the corona pandemic affect the economy? We find there are both supply and demand effects, further effects on the distribution and income, and also I will show you some fiscal packages of different countries and their relationship to public finances. And finally, there's a third section on the economic recovery policy mix and the characteristics of the business cycle after the corona pandemic, so in the post-corona period. Many parts of this talk are speculative because we do not have enough data to make final conclusions. So to begin with, the diffusion of the corona pandemic, we noted first infections in China at the end of 2019, also moderate outbreaks in many Asian countries. In China, in the first weeks, the number of infections increased relatively fast, and policymakers responded with harsh lockdowns, including temporary quarantines even for large cities, think of Wuhan. And overall, these strict policies have been rather successful to slow down the spread of the virus. So the number of infections decreased very fast in March, April 2020, and stayed at relatively low levels, more or less, since then. The high economic integration in the globalized world facilitated the diffusion of the virus to other countries. So the virus spreads along major trade and travel routes in Europe, Northern Italy, France, Spain are the first hotspots. And the pandemic hit both advanced countries and emerging markets, but less developed countries are often less affected because they are less integrated to the world economy. The first main point is policy response to the pandemic. Lockdown measures have been introduced to restrict the free movement of people. This refers to the closure of schools and workplaces, stay-at-home policies, and border controls. The other point is that fiscal packages have been designed to promote recovery from the economic recession. So a number of discretionary policies were agreed on, in addition to the automatic stabilizers. So these discretionary policies encompass credit guarantees and liquidity for firms in trouble, tax deferrals, support for low-income households, public investment, short-time work regulation, and so on and so on. Beside that, national health care systems have been improved, so testing and vaccination, contact test tracing, and regulation to wear facial masks were introduced not only in Asia, but also in Europe and the US. So these concrete measures vary across countries and time. There is a heterogeneity due to different outbreaks, different timing of the outbreaks of the virus, and cultural preferences. So we have basically two indicators on the depth of social distancing. The first one is the Oxford Index for Non-Pharmaceutical Interventions. It has 8 dimensions. You can find them on the slide. So, for example, closing of schools. There are 4 different values for the closing of schools. All dimensions are measured on a rank scale. So there are 8 sub-indices, and they have been renormalized between 0 and 100. They have equal weights. If you apply factor analysis for that, you obtain more or less similar results. And the second indicator is a Google mobility indicator. This measures the intention to move to different locations. So dimensions include retail and recreation, public transport, parks, supermarkets and pharmacies, workplaces, and the movements to this different destination. However, the Google index has some disadvantages. Increasing values indicate higher mobility relative to the pre-crisis benchmark. The pre-crisis benchmark is a particular week in February. This means you have a seasonal pattern in this index. If the weather becomes warmer, you go more in parks, for example. The Google index will show an improvement, although there might not be a change in lockdown policies. Therefore, the Oxford index is better suited, and it's also at the base of many studies discussing the impact of non-pharmaceutical interventions on the number of infections or the number of fatalities. Here you have the development of these indicators for China. You find a more or less erratic pattern. This reflects also the fact that policymakers react rather fast to changing infection conditions faster than in the US and in Germany, for example, and in Japan. So what are the economic consequences of Corona? So we will discuss the economic channel through which the pandemic will hit the economy. There's a production decline due to lockdown and social distancing policies, especially services sector and contact-intensive industries are affected. Gross dividends of globalization of markets will likely decline just because of the fact that regionalized production chains might be more resistant against shocks occurring in particular locations. Therefore, the division of labor will be reduced. And there is also higher inflation pressure due to less intensive competition. Consumption is the most prominent demand component in the short run, falls due to income losses and higher uncertainty. So vaccines might not protect it against future mutations of the virus. This will lead to the buildup of buffers. So savings rate, for example, are currently at extraordinary levels. They will decrease if the lockdown is relieved, but not to levels we had just before the crisis. So lower income households with high marginal propensity to consume have to manage higher income losses. This is quite clear because they are less able to work from home. Briefly, what are the methods to evaluate the Corona impact? So the impact might be interpolated from pre-crisis relationships. This is a strategy of Ludwigsen et al. A pandemic is seen as a series of large natural disasters, and the effects of large natural disasters in the past could be observed. You can focus on the relationship between output growth and financial volatility. This is a paper by Chodik et al. 2020. Next, you have simulation models to determine the Corona impact. These are mostly computable general equilibrium models. However, calibration of parameters is involved, and the assumptions are simplified, and this might affect the results. For example, you assume perfectly competitive markets and so on. So, in some sense, this gives you some indication of the upper bounds of the economic effects. You can also use real-time indicators as proxies for economic activity. This is an advantage over national accounts data. For national accounts data, you do not have enough data points. National accounts data are only available at the quarterly frequency, and you should probably look on confidence indicators instead, or producer manager indices. So, but these real-time indicators like tons of freights and so on, they focus only on specific aspects. Their relationship to GDP is unclear. And you can simply, this is the approach here in this presentation, compare the forecast from pre- and post-crisis period from major institutions here for illustration. I took the forecast from the IMF, World Economic Outlook, but you find similar evidence if you look at the OECD or something like that. So you find a huge drop in output and productivity growth after the outbreak of the virus. Some recovery in 2021 is expected due to relaxed lockdown and the availability of vaccines. However, you have still cumulative losses at the end of 2021. They amount to 4% at the global scale. The recovery is rather fast in China and the US. You have also an impact on the CPI inflation. Here we have only the forecast for 2021 due to data limitations. Inflation differences are only modest. Yeah, this has to do with two opposing effects. So you have negative output gaps. This will lead to a decrease of inflation, but you have also shortages of production of intermediates, limited transportation capacities, and so on. This will lead to an increase in inflation. And compared to the effects of output growth, the effects on CPI inflation are only minor. The pandemic has also an impact on the sectoral pattern. This is quite clear because you have deepest contraction of economic activity and services with high physical interaction, so transportation, travel, accommodation, restaurants, they lost at most. And these are industries where the share of low-skilled workers is usually very high. Losses have been lower in services with high-skilled workers, so for example, information and communication technologies. You have an impact on the inequality of income. The two dimensions should be considered. You can look at the world distribution of income. And here you find that inequality has decreased. So as an example, you find two studies here, Deaton and Ferreira. You find the references in the accompanying paper. Normally, you should expect that the income distribution at the world level should become steeper because richer countries can mobilize more fiscal resources to stimulate their economy. However, the crisis more or less have been concentrated to advanced countries and probably even advanced emerging markets. So if population weights are applied to the countries considered, you have the finding that that weighted income inequality increase, but this is just because of the outlier, the sharp contraction in India. The other dimension is that income inequality within countries, so there's a clear increase, I would say, without having enough survey data at the moment. So low-income households have larger income losses because they are less able to work from home, cannot participate in asset price boom, though their income from financial wealth is also lower. Here you have a map taken from the IMF fiscal monitor, fiscal support in percent of GDP. You find that advanced countries have spent more. And indeed, you have a positive relationship between initial per capita income and fiscal support. So initial per capita income, so per capita income in 2019 is on the vertical axis, and the fiscal support and percent of GDP on the horizontal axis. The fiscal support for the economy can be broken down due to data availability into two components. So you have additional spending. This is light blue, and equity loans and guarantees. This is dark blue, both in percent of national GDP. So you find in the Anglo-Saxon countries, so US and UK, you have a large part of additional spending. In the other countries, namely Asian countries and in the Euro area, you have more on the second component, equity loans and guarantees. These fiscal packages lead to an increase in the government debt to GDP ratio. As the government debt to GDP ratio has been already high before the crisis. This might be a slight increase, but nevertheless, it's an increase in 2021. 2021 is a forecast, of course, taken from the IMF. And then we looked on the impact of these various fiscal packages on output losses. Because of data limitations, the regressions were done for the G20 countries. Therefore, they focus on the advanced countries and huge emerging markets. So among the G20 are, of course, China, India, Brazil, and Saudi Arabia, and South Africa, and so on. So I had a G20 cross-section, and I regressed the gross losses. Yeah. The gross losses are on the horizontal axis, on the size of the fiscal packages in percent of GDP. Fiscal packages are vertical. So there are two types of regressions. First, I considered the GDP losses in 2020. These were the immediate GDP losses. And then I had the cumulative losses in 2020, 2021. This is a figure on the right-hand side. The cumulative losses have the advantage that some adjustment is considered in these figures for the immediate effects, so left-hand side, you have probably no effect of fiscal packages because they take some time to work. But even if you look at the results in 2021, you do not find positive multipliers. Yeah, so more or less the effect is zero. Yeah, at least these are, of course, preliminary findings, and you have to wait until sufficient data are available. You have also to control for fixed effects. You cannot do this in a cross-section of countries, of course. Therefore, these results might change a bit, but nevertheless, it's a warning that the positive effects of fiscal packages should not be taken as granted. So, the multipliers of discretionary fiscal measures are probably not very high. This is evidence in contrast to the popular view, and the results are robust, fairly robust. Again, changes in the model specification. You can consider additional spending versus overall packages, variations in the information sets. This means that you look at forecasts for 2021 at different periods. You find as the overall impression that the fiscal multipliers are almost zero. So, on the other hand, the government debt to GDP ratio increased to record levels just because, not only because of the fiscal stimulus packages, but also due to automatic stabilizers, of course. And the higher debt did not generate additional budget pressure. This means that the higher debt ratios might be still considered as sustainable. You will find stable interest payments to GDP ratio or interest payments to revenues ratio, for example, but the sustainability is conditional on the ultra-loose monetary policy stance with zero interest rates. So this is perhaps a risk for the post-corona period. So in fact, the policy mix is inefficient. The fiscal policies imply huge debt weight losses and habitual effects. So not only productive firms are supported, but also non-productive firms. The notification of insolvencies has been suspended in many countries. A renewal of measures may imply a continuation of fiscal support over longer periods. There's also an increasing pressure from lobbying and interest groups on fiscal decisions. So it would be quite difficult to cut these discretionary fiscal policies. Monetary policy decisions are increasingly affected by fiscal policymakers because of the increase of government debt. So public finances are sustainable only under a very low interest rate regime. Monetary policies might become less credible. This might de-anchor inflation expectations. As you know, inflation expectations are the most important determinant for actual inflation. If higher rates are expected, this is not an issue today, but nevertheless, inflation expectations may rise over the coming months, and then inflation will increase. There's an ongoing asset price boom because of the ultra-loose monetary policy, and the burst of bubbles can cause a deep recession. We learned that from the financial crisis. So an independent evaluation of the policy management introduced due to the corona pandemic is urgently required. So I come to the conclusions just in time, I guess. What are the characteristics of the post-corona period, so the business cycle characteristics? First, the reopening of the economy due to a lower lockdown or less strict lockdown might contribute to a fast recovery, but this is likely only short-lived. In the medium-run perspective, the high uncertainty of households and firms will persist. Vaccines might not be appropriate against future mutations of the virus, and the buildup of buffers to improve resistance against future shocks are the argument in this respect. Gross dividends due to the globalization of markets will likely decline because production chains will become more localized to avoid shortfalls of production in specific regions. This goes hand in hand with the lower competition, and the lower competition might promote wage price spirals and gives you additional inflation pressure. So inflation might become back on the agenda. Due to the pandemic, the employment chances for the low-skilled have especially declined, so active labor market policies might come back on the agenda. And the current policy mix between fiscal and monetary policy is not optimal. It has contributed to the emergence of further inefficiencies, impedes structural change, and is therefore not sustainable. So I guess this is what I want to say. I stop sharing my screen, right?
Yes. Thank you so much, Professor Dreger.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Thank you. Actually, three thanks. First, joining us online, remotely, but very clear on your presentation. Second, for your German punctuality. You still reserve 5 minutes, and I'll give you 5 more minutes for question and answers. And my third thanks for your very substantive analysis, both at macroeconomic and also sectoral levels. But as we hear your excellent analysis, also we become very sobered. Your analysis is very sobering because you pointed out very high uncertainty we will face in the post-pandemic era, because you forecast the post-pandemic recovery will be weak, despite the fact that a lot of governments have been spending record levels of fiscal relief for the last 2 years. So in economic terms, I think this is quite troubling news. And rising volatility in global economy, I think, is very likely to mean it'll aggravate rather than alleviate the pains which have been already incurred during the pandemic. And for that, I'd like to ask a first question on your projection of how the recovery path will look like. So already I assume that you exclude the V-shaped curve, and maybe it is very likely to maybe L or maybe even double dip? So that is my first question. And as I understand, you may have to leave us in 15 minutes. I will ask the members of the panel to ask additional questions so that you can answer us, and then you may leave. Okay, first, Professor Park.
Guten Morgen, Professor Dreger. Thank you very much for your excellent insight, excellent and insightful presentation. I have 2 points, and one is a comment and one is a question. One comment of mine is about your analysis of different impact of COVID-19 on developed countries and emerging markets on the one side and developing countries on the other. You said that the impact was much stronger for the former, so advanced countries and emerging markets, and it was weaker for developing countries. Understandable, because the former are more globalized and they are integrated more in the world economy. But if you take a look at the capacities and capabilities of developing countries to recover from the crisis, for instance, they have limited funds to support the industries affected, and also they have weaker access to vaccines and medicines and so on, so that the developing countries might be not so much affected compared to the others. However, the recovery process might take longer. So what matters for me is the resilience of the economies. So resilience of developed countries and emerging markets is stronger compared to developing countries. So that is my comment. I think if you have any opinion, please give us. My question is a little bit out of focus. You did not mention it, but I'd like to raise this as a question. When we had the global financial crisis, 2008-2009 period, the global financial crisis was affecting the European Union member countries, especially the Eurozone. Eurozone was indulged into Eurozone sovereign debt crisis due to accumulated public debt, and Greece was on the verge of being kicked out of the Eurozone, and so on. So this time we have COVID-19, and the government was also spending money to rescue the economies, to support the industries, and so on. So what is discussed in the European Union? How to cope with this? Whether or not this might have potential to resurge the sovereign debt crisis in the European Union, especially the Eurozone countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Park. And also, I think my earlier question is very much related to his question on European economy, because we are afraid that the weak recovery from the pandemic is happening at the tail end of the already weak recovery of Europe from 2008 financial crisis. So I'm afraid it may lead to double dip, and then we may be in a greater trouble in the future. And also other panel members, Ambassador Shimbong-gil.
So other questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I came back from India, serving 3.5 years as an Korean ambassador there. Just a couple of months ago, I came back. And during that time, you see, I faced this
COVID-19 crisis in India. And it was real devastating. And many of my embassy staffs were infected, almost 15, including diplomats and Indian administrative staffs. When I saw it in other embassies, like much bigger embassies like United States and United Kingdom and Canada, almost 100 staffs were contaminated, including diplomats, Indian administrative staffs. And it was a real disaster for that country. But I think India, of course, it survived. And I also survived, and I came back here. I'm here. Many, you see, says that this pandemic will change the world forever. Some even say that the end of globalization, a world less free and open. They say that free and open world is forever gone. So this is a very kind of sad kind of interpretation, because I had served as a trilateral cooperation secretariat of China, Japan, and Korea. You may haven't heard about it because still it's a small organization, but it's like a kind of ASEAN secretariat. It's China, Japan, and Korea. 3 countries established this permanent secretariat for strengthening the cooperation in this region. And so when I see the development after this COVID crisis, it's a very discouraging news for a man who had a passion and vision in making this Northeast Asia into like a European Union-like entity, integration. So, but you see, I could see one small promising development in this Northeast Asia. That is formation of Northeast Asia Cooperation for Health Security, NEACHS. This was proposed officially by Korean President Moon Jae-in in the September UN General Assembly session 2020 at his keynote speech. And since then, Korea, China, Japan, this is 3 countries are member of the Trilateral Cooperation Secretariat, and plus Russia, Mongolia, and United States. 6 countries gathered, and even though it was mostly webinar kind of session, the 6 countries held already this conference meeting for 4 times, as far as I hear. This is a very promising kind of development, because when the integration or community building kind of agenda was ripe in here in Northeast Asia, when they were creating the Trilateral Cooperation Secretariat, see, I was as an inaugural Secretary General of that international organization. And when I was serving in headquarters, Russian ambassador here and Mongolian National Security Advisor visited me. And they wanted to join this trilateral cooperation summit meeting. And this trilateral cooperation has 17 ministerial meetings. Even though summit meetings sometimes couldn't be held, but these ministerial meetings were held annually. It was rather a promising kind of development. So what I'm saying is that you see, because you are from the European University, and you know all about the vision of European Union. Do you think that political and economic integration, particularly in Northeast Asia, this kind of vision is already outdated norm? Do you think it's an outdated vision? And do you think new normal in the coming world is world society, once Henry Kissinger said, that divided and no longer free and open society is possible. That's my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Shin, for your question. Please wait. I want to check Professor Lee or Dr. Kim have additional questions? No? No? Then Professor Drago, floor is now yours to answer the questions asked so far.
Yeah, thank you very much for the questions and comments. They will certainly improve the paper. First question on the shape of the recovery, so certainly not V-shaped. L-shaped is also quite unlikely. I would expect a K-shaped recovery. So after the drop due to the pandemic, you have a relatively fast recovery, but only for some time. You have to take into account that the sectors and the global economy are hit differently. So especially the contact-intensive industries will or has suffered most and will probably recover only with some delay. So I expect no fast return to the pre-crisis steady state path. Instead, we will have a period of 1-2 years of low growth, and some sectors will lag behind, especially the services sector, or let's say it more precisely, the contact-intensive services sector. Because they are heavily affected by lockdown policies and restrictions on social distancing. The less developed countries are less affected because they are not very much integrated into the world economy. But this remark is very useful. The recovery might take some time. Longer than in advanced countries. But if you look at the regression results on the base of the G20 countries, you do not find large multipliers of the fiscal packages. In fact, I found multipliers of 0, but if you have additional data available, this might become more positive, I do not know. So under the current information set, you have multipliers of 0, and therefore, if the capacities of low developed countries are low, this might lead to a longer period of low growth, but it should be not taken for granted. But of course, you will need more support for less developed countries, also because of the availability of vaccines, but also due to climate change and these things. In the EU, we have a huge recovery plan. This was implemented in 2020, but this is, as it is always the case at the European Union level, this recovery plan came into force until recently. So we do not have an effect of the recovery plan up to now. The financial crisis hit the euro area especially hard. But this was because of the fact that the financial crisis transformed into a crisis of public debt in the euro area. And the problem of the euro area at that time was that the lender of last resort was not available. So the monetary policy authority, so the ECB said at that time it will do everything to defend the euro, and after that the crisis could be solved, but nevertheless the European policymakers relied heavily on the Stability and Growth Pact, and this has deepened the crisis in the European Union and led also to a delayed recovery if you compare this to the world economy. The Asian countries benefit from China. China is the growth engine in the Asian regions. Many Asian countries are export-oriented, and they benefit from the growing Chinese market. And so China is a growth engine. The growth engine is missing at the global scale, more or less. US might be a growth engine, but it's less obvious in China, for example. Of course, a deeper cooperation in the Northeast Asian region will benefit to come out of the recession. Yeah. So more or less these are the comments.
Thank you so much, Professor Dreger, for your contribution, and also we are deeply grateful to you for taking time despite your very busy schedule. So from now on, you are free to move, depending on your... yes, thank you so much, and we'll give you a big applause for joining us today, despite your busy schedule.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I wish you a nice conference.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. See you next time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye.
Thank you. Now, let's move to our next presenter, who is Dr. Kim Hung-jong, President of AECF. So, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, moderator, Ambassador Kim Won-soo, and ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and good afternoon, and possibly good evening. Thank you for inviting me to speak today. I am Hung-jong Kim from Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, and I'd like to share my views on strategic competition between the United States and China, and how Korea and other the third countries might respond to these circumstances. Okay. My presentation will begin with the current technological competition between the two countries, followed by the Biden administration's policy towards China, and also the China's response. I will talk. Then conclude the implications. Okay. Right. This is some title of the newspapers. And then last August, President Biden made the difficult decision to pull out U.S. troops from Afghanistan, despite the strong criticism at home and abroad. And you might know that the process of the process was not so very nice, and we could hear so many bad news from the Afghanistan and so tragic situations through this kind of the troops the pulling out. And then we can raise the questions of why the United States has retreated from the troops from the Afghanistan so suddenly. And in his speech, we can understand some kind of the implications. President Biden talks that the continuation of the war in Afghanistan is no longer a vital interest of the United States, the national interest of the United States lies in a response to threat of today, not of the 20 years ago. So what is the threat of today? The threat of today is that from China. In the same vein, the Biden administration's March 2021 Provisional National Security Strategy guidelines describe China as the only competitor who can combine economic, diplomatic, military, and technology capabilities that can pose lasting challenges to a stable and open international system. Right? So overall, winning the competition with China seems to be a key concern for the United States for the time being. So this is not just I'm talking, as the written documents shows that this kind of the attitude towards the China. And the recent development in advanced technology are changing the concept of hegemony competition between the countries. Here, we can see how the national ranking in the technology sector have changed over the last 2 decades. Based on number of the patents filed in 10 core technology sectors in 2000, and 2010, and 2017, the most recently. As you can see, in the past, the United States and Japan dominate these technology fields, but in 2017, on the right-hand side, China took the lead in all areas except quantum computing. Advances in state-of-the-art dual-use technology are closely related to security issues and hegemony. This is why China's rapid technological development is a source of conflict between the United States and China. Okay. One interesting is that if you see the right-hand side, 2017, Korea ranked almost in all fields. Korea ranked the third. Okay. Right. And then this diagram shows that the R&D input among countries. And China's research and development expenditure is increasing rapidly. In 2019, the United States invested about $600 billion US dollars, and China invested $500 billion US dollar. Compared to 2000, the United States increased by about only 70%, while China's investment increased by 1,200%, or 12 times. For reference, during the same period, Korea increased 350%, so 3.5% times. The total number of R&D researchers already surpassed the United States in 2011 to lead the world in this world from China. So this is a kind of the input in quantity about the research and development. And next slide shows the output of research. So also you can see the same trend that China rapidly catch up with that of the United States, and also even surpass the level of the United States. Okay, but you can see that this R&D input and output are in quantitative terms, not in qualitative terms. Okay, so my institution, AECF, we made some researches on how to evaluate the qualitative terms of this kind of R&D activities among countries. So the conclusion is like this: China is strong at innovation, but not in invention. China's state-led science and technology development strategies effectively produce applied technologies using existing technologies which has been invented in the United States. And so they do not seem to be effective in developing fundamental core technologies. Until now, China's rise has relied heavily on foreign core technologies, materials, and parts, and equipment. Okay? This is immediately revealed in the intellectual property balance graph, the right-hand side. Okay? While the United States has the world's largest intellectual property surplus and keeps expanding on this, China's intellectual property deficit has been growing every year, right? This red one. Knowing this, the United States eventually began to target this weakness on the part of China, a strategy referred to as tech decoupling. Okay, right. So I'd like to talk about the policy oriented from the United States. In September 2019, the World Bank and the DRC is the organization from China, published Innovative China, New Drivers of Growth. According to the authors, the governance and institutional reforms underpin the promotion of three Ds. The first one, removing distortions, and the second one, accelerating diffusion, and the third one, fostering discovery of new innovation and technology. So that is the three Ds. And through the three Ds discussed above, China's goal is to achieve double GDP growth by 2035 by increasing the GDP growth rate by 4.73% every year. The United States eventually began targeting China's vulnerability, a strategy called tech decoupling, as I mentioned earlier. The United States is not focused on full-scale decoupling, but rather on decoupling target areas that could slow China's growth. Okay. So, the United States analyzed China has used illegal and unfairly acquired United States technology to harm U.S. national security and foreign policy interests. The United States defines China as a strategic competitor, not an enemy, of course. So it is conducting several sanctions against high-tech companies in China. So in the tables, you can see this kind of the sanctions as well. Right. And so next, the core of the United States strategy is to prevent China's unfair practices in joint with allies and reposition values at the center of United States foreign policy. The three principles of the United States trade strategy are to revive the U.S. manufacturing industry through domestic investment, the first. And second, trade negotiation that includes and emphasizes the value of labor and the environment provisions. And the third, stop the use of punitive measures such as tariffs, which is gaining less and less popular now. And researching every conflict between the United States and China after Biden came into office, we can find the supply chain, technology, and human rights the main battlefields. Also, the United States is utilizing all possible means to contain China, export, import, and investment control, as well as financial measures. The four sectors: export, import, and investment, and then financial restraints. On June the 3rd, the United States government even started to ban securities investment that finance certain Chinese companies related to the People's Liberation Army. Okay, so all of these items listed in the table shows that what kind of the laws actually has been enacted after especially for the Biden administration to restrict any kind of illegal and unfair activities from the Chinese companies. Okay, so still this battle is still going on, and then China's response I want to show. In response to the U.S. pressure, China has chosen to embark on a new long march, rather than striking back with a short-sighted tit-for-tat strategy. Okay, so it's a long game. So we don't have to, hasten the process. China has been setting long-term aims and responding to the United States sanctions by upgrading institutional arrangement, enhancing industrial policies, and increasing R&D investment. The Chinese government's recently adopted 14th 5-year plan and its long-range objectives through the year 2035 together emphasize two goals: the dual circulation economic strategy and breakthroughs in core technologies. For example, instead of depending on imported technology, China will go all out to develop its own technologies while looking to domestic consumption to drive growth. A communique at the end of the 4-day conclave of top Communist Party leaders led by President Xi Jinping said, "Technology self-reliance is a strategic support for national development." So that is very important jargon for them. Such strategies may be understood as the attempt to achieve economic self-reliance and technological self-support. Increasing pressure from the United States is expected to further strengthen China's research and development capabilities in advanced technologies and accelerate its competitiveness in emerging industries. Okay? In addition, China has been hastening to enact and enforce a series of laws and regulations. This part is very important for Korea, to counter sanctions from foreign countries such as the United States. In particular, the Anti-Foreign Sanction Law, AFSL, adopted and enforced on June the 8th, allows for retaliatory countermeasures against a wide range of actors and actions that China perceives as harming its interests. Specifically, it threatens to penalize foreign entities and individuals like the Korean firms who comply with sanctions against China. So if we join the United States sanction strategy, sanction method against China, then China will penalize the Korean firms. So this is something like the deterring the U.S. From promoting the U.S. ICA based on its own AFSL. So this is a kind of the twin enactment with the United States activities. Okay, so what is the implication? The last part of my presentation. The most important features of the United States-China competition is it is an economic confrontation rather than a military one, and accordingly, economic strategy, economic security, I would like to emphasize economic security, has become increasingly more important. We can understand economic security as protecting our own economic survival and competitiveness from external aggressions. Therefore, controlling the outflow of strategic goods and technologies and winning the high-tech competition is at the heart of securing national economic security. So, finally, I will talk about the consequences of the conflict between the two countries. In the current situation, each country has begun to recognize the other as a risk in the supply chain. What I mean, China and the United States. The lack of trust eventually emerged as a risk that could lead to decoupling, but due to the high interdependence between two countries, weaponization of the supply chain is impossible, simply, and therefore, restructuring the global supply chain is necessary. In this case, the cost burden is expected to increase considerably, and may eventually be borne by consumers. So maybe we have to bear some burdens from the inflation induced by the cost supply sector. Second, in the short term, this will be an opportunity for industries that have an advantage. In the long run, almost all industries will face infinite competitions. Third, the role of the government will become more critical and more vital. Without cooperation with other countries, supply chain stabilization policies can instead cause instability in the supply chain. Considering the length of the supply chain, bilateral cooperation will become more critical than multilateral cooperation. Finally, the more we pay attention to economic security, the more the paradigm will expand from security for the economy to security by the economy. That's my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Dr. Kim Hong-jong, for your excellent presentation, as well as your Korean punctuality. I think it's even better than German punctuality. Because the greatest challenge I have as the moderator is to manage time. And before opening up the floor to panelists, I think the two takeaways I got from Dr. Kim's presentation is as follows. First, as he emphasized, the pandemic forces all the economies in the world to move beyond the lowest cost to the best cost consideration. In other words, just-in-time production type of global and regional value chain to just-in-case adjustment. So it means that in economic terms, comparative advantage may not be no longer optimal. So different consideration enters into economic consideration, particularly on regional and global value chains. Then also secondly, he emphasized the importance of economic security, no longer security for the economy, but security by the economy. But I'm afraid it may mean also political factors are now coming into play on economic issues. So politicization of economy may be the new economic normal in the post-pandemic era. So with those two observations, now I'd like to open the floor to the panelists, but here I'd like to reshuffle the order a little bit, mostly taking into account the fact that Professor Brada is joining us from Arizona, United States, and I think it's already maybe 1 or 2 a.m. So thank you so much for Professor Brada for joining us despite the fact that it is so late for you, and you did it last year as well, as far as I remember. So I'd like to give the first floor to you, Professor Brada. Floor is yours.
Very much. How much time do I have?
For time management's sake, I would give maybe 7 minutes for initial
7 minutes. Okay, so I'll try to match Korean and German punctuality and go through these things fairly quickly. And I'll take them in the order in which they were presented. Okay, so both of these talks are interesting and thought-provoking in a number of ways, and that's already evident from the questions we've seen. So let me talk first about Professor Draeger's presentation. So he's going to tell us what the new normal is going to look like, what the post-COVID world is going to be. One of the things that really surprised me in this presentation is that vaccination hardly ever appears in his discussion. When the pandemic started, everyone said, okay, once the vaccine is here, everything is going to be back to normal. Everything's going to be the same. That's not necessarily the case, but I'm really thinking that if we're going to talk about the new normal, we really ought to think a little bit about what the effect of the development of the vaccines is going to be. So as kind of a general comment, I would just say, let's think about that a little bit. There's an issue here in terms of the stringency index and social distancing. If you will notice from Professor Drager's charts, certainly Germany, United States, and China, with a whole bunch of fluctuations in policy, sort of score somewhere between 70 and 80 on this stringency index. Japan's kind of an outlier at lower levels. Now, you would say, well, what does that tell us about the effectiveness of all these policies? And what I'm going to suggest is that there's a major puzzle. And the major puzzle is this. I'm going to show you this figure, which is average cases per 1,000 population in the past week. The darker the color, the more cases per 1,000 people. And so you see Mongolia, very high, countries around the Black Sea, Balkan countries, and a number of the West European countries, very high, US very high. Okay, that's cases in the past week. And we have the vaccine already, and a lot of people are vaccinated. On the other hand, if we look at total cases per capita, so which is cases, most of these cases occurred before the vaccine was developed and widely administered. It seems the same countries were having problems then. And I think if we're going to think about what the new normal is going to be, we really need to understand why this is so, why both pre-vaccine and post-vaccine, the same countries were the source of high infection rates. And that I think is fairly critical for us to understand if we are going to move and look at the future, okay? Secondly, okay, we talked a lot about what the recovery is going to be. The recovery is really going to be what shall I say, sort of a V-shaped recovery, but the evidence we have from the 2008 financial crisis is that any kind of negative effect on economic activity, whether it comes from the coronavirus or financial monetary mismanagement, what have you, does two things. Our traditional view is sort of you have a crisis, output falls, and then it recovers, and you go back to your old growth path. The evidence, certainly from the financial crisis, is that the things that happened during that financial crisis, decline in R&D, decline in investment, which embodies new R&D, decline in the creation of human capital, those do two things. Number one, they reduce the level of output, but then they also reduce the long-term growth path. And we really need to understand what the effect of the coronavirus on these two things were, the supply of inputs and then the rate at which we're going to be able to maintain total factor productivity growth. I was a little surprised by his figure on per capita income and fiscal support because he runs a regression through all these G20 countries. I look at this very differently. I say, okay, there's a group of low-income G20 countries, and in those countries, there's really no relationship between income and the level of fiscal support. Then you have richer countries, and there, if I ignore these low-income countries, if I just look at the rich countries, the regression line for the rich countries would, in fact, probably be negative. Who knows what it would be? And the coefficient probably wouldn't be significant. So I really think that trying to fish things out of a group of 20 countries about how the world works is, to me, problematic and needs to be viewed very carefully. Okay. I also think that Professor Drager is kind of a little German-centric in his analysis of what's going to happen in the future. For example, he says income inequality within countries likely increased. Not in the US. In the US, poverty levels fell to record levels. He says, okay, it's going to be the case that employment chances for low-skilled workers decline. Not in the US. You go to any store, you go to any fast food restaurant, they are hiring anyone they can, and they're even paying bonuses. Opportunities for low-skilled workers have actually increased dramatically. The low-skilled workers are now not particularly interested in taking those jobs. But again, maybe it's the case in Germany that there are no low-skilled jobs available. But I can tell you in the US, if you're low-skilled and you want a job, I can take you out tomorrow morning, you'll have a job by noon and a signing bonus. The big problem I have with all this is that a lot of the things that Professor Draeger is concerned about is that things that happened during the crisis are seen as having long-term effects. But a lot of this stuff is already baked into the cake. A lot of this stuff was happening. Globalization was slowing down before the coronavirus. Low interest rates were down well before the coronavirus came about. These are long-term trends. On the other hand, supply chains, distributed production are also happening in a long-term basis. And the question is, so what is going to dominate? Is it going to be these long-term trends that seem to have been interrupted, or are these new changes in the coronavirus going to be what's at risk? Okay, now, no, we don't want this. Okay, President Kim's presentation I thought was very interesting too. Okay, how much time do I have left?
I think already some warning signal came, but
some warning.
I will give you a second chance as well.
Okay, let me just say general things. Okay, certainly the U.S. and China are having a technological competition, if you will, but I think President Kim really explained very well what U.S. interests in this are. And it's not just having better technology. Technology is just a means to an end. But what's missing to me in thinking about this is, what is it that China wants? It's not that they just want to be best in cloud computing or something. Technological leadership is a means to an end. And the question to me is, what are China's ends? And those ends can't be just to be rich or just to be the nerdiest country in the world because they have the best technology. Those are simply means of achieving some geopolitical ends. And we've alluded to those from other speakers, but I really would like to kind of get his take on why is China doing this? What's the ultimate end? So I'll stop there and turn it over to Sensei Satoshi.
Thank you so much, Professor Brada, for your excellent comments, both on Professor Draeger and also President Kim. And I will move to Professor Satoshi Mizobata, who is joining us from Japan. Floor is yours.
Yeah, can I share the screen? Is it okay?
Sure.
Okay, just a moment.
Somebody can share the screen?
Yeah, it's okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor.
Just give me a little second.
Sorry.
Because we cannot see the screen shared yet.
Yeah, can you see the screen?
You can see the screen, but we cannot.
Not?
Oh, now we can see. Okay, good.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you very much. Both papers are very interesting, and I quickly make comment to the speeches and session. And I believe the main issue of this session is how to escape the hyper uncertainty era, or in other words, the terms, the VUCA era. The VUCA, based on the term in the World Economic Forum 2016. And I think the two speakers emphasize the economic and social uncertainty caused by the COVID-19 and the uncertainty caused by the contemporary competition between US and China. But as far as the subject is concerned, I think these two topics are too narrow in a sense. So first and foremost, so carbon neutrality, for which effective measures are currently being discussed, represents an environmental constraint on the planet itself, without which there can be no sustainability in the first place. So the current uncertainty is also closely linked to the rapid technological innovation. In other words, the fear or anxiety of technological progress is the basis of this uncertainty. So anyway, at first I quickly make a brief comment to two speakers. And as for the first speaker, just one speaker has already disappeared. So regarding the COVID-19 pandemic, I fundamentally agree with Christian's view. So a little bit pessimistic. So has a perspective. I think it's important to note that the contemporary economic results under the COVID-19 were not only the result of the pandemic itself, but also the result of the original socio-economic structure. This is why it is called the X-ray effect of COVID-19. I believe that we cannot analyze the economic situation in Japan, disregarding the fundamental structure of depression and delayed innovation, independent of the pandemic. So, from this viewpoint, how does he distinguish this point is very, very important point. And at the same time, another point I would like to make is that I think the socio-economic structure has changed dramatically as a result of the COVID-19. In fact, it's that Japanese management is very difficult to change, but nevertheless, remote working is expanding and this digitalization is progressing. I think that these changes in socio-economic structure are also an essential aspect for the new normal of the post-pandemic. Okay, so I omitted this point. And I changed that second speaker's, Professor Kim's speech. It's very, very interesting one. And his speech on US-China relations focus on technological competition, which I think suggests the importance of economic security, but also the difficulty of resolving it. This situation seem to be closely linked to the interest in economic sanctions and the inclination of economic policy towards security, which have been frequent since the year 2000s. The security perspective is seen as an essential safeguard for securing national interests. And as this graph shows, there has been an increasing degree of state interdependence and protectionism in the global trade policy changes. So according to the UNDP data, investment restrictions on security grants have been adopted in many countries. In Japan, an Economic Security Council was set up in 2019, and a minister was chosen to take charge in just October 2021, this year. And discussions on economic security are taking place actively due to the combination of the COVID-19 pandemic and threats from China. And with energy information and communication and transport and maritime logistics, finance and healthcare being seen as the main area of the focus. And in addition, the issue is very sensitive and the impact on international relations in research and education, including universities, seem inevitable. And in other academics, so research integrity has become so critical, and the government pressure feels to strengthen. However, the loss of global value chain will allow for higher cost and the rise of protectionism, undermining the benefits of free trade in the long run. As far as China seeks reliable market, US, and the US seeks reliable product supplier, China. So in a sense, the tech trade, decoupling is pragmatic ones. So, Professor Kim, so how do you foresee the TPP or RCEP moving forward in relation to the China and the US? On the other hand, so despite such skepticism about including China in free trade, the free trade agreement between China, Japan, and Korea, and its effect looks promising. And the next point is this one. So it's no exaggeration to say that the current uncertainty lies in size and complexity. Above all, working towards carbon neutrality is an avoidable challenge for the planet, and the UNEP has published a pessimistic assessment to it. However, on the other hand, the global energy system is not transformed. And this has become a critical have for economic security. So economic security very, very strong, becomes strong. And digitalization and innovation have been placed at the top of the agenda for competitiveness, international competitiveness in both emerging and developed countries. But the risks of surveillance state and information control have not diminished. And if uncertainty is growing under the existing capitalist and market systems, despite the advance in AI and digitalization, that should increase certainty, then perhaps the systems themselves need to be transformed. So therefore, the Great Reset was also become a big issue of this year's World Economic Forum, and new capital system has been discussed. In addition, uncertainty requested as a re-examination of traditional standard and theory. For example, even though the CO2 emission has been calculated from production, but the angle from consumer or citizens cannot be ignored. So in practice, China exports so much CO2 to US, Europe, Japan. And the developed countries enjoy such products without any burdens. Then for both speakers, I will ask one question. How do you think that the image of the capitalism perspective or market economy will be beyond the COVID-19 pandemic or friction, beyond the friction between US and China? Final point is very simple one. So I would like to ask the speakers, whether economics and science really have the potential to overcome this uncertainty. It may be that the economics that has developed remarkably as the queen of all social sciences. However, economics has strongly promoted model-based approach, and in order to establish pure theory, we often ignore the uncertainty of people's behavior. Due to the development of economics, so economics does not necessarily have the support of ordinary citizens. This left-hand chart shows the level of public trust in the professionals, experts in US. With doctors and nurses, how higher trusted, but politicians and even economists completely distrusted. And on the top of that, in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, disagreements among scientists have often been observed, which has had the effect on undermining the public's trust in science. In the right graph suggests the declining of trust in scientists in Japan. In order to escape uncertainty, economics and science are required to revive their authority and trust. So according to Nobel laureates, so Banerjee and Duflo, economics is too important to be left to economists alone. And there is a need to build a lot of collaboration. I would like to stress the necessity of interdisciplinary and international collaboration, and I'm convinced that the AECF has become one way to this end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Mizobata, for your also excellent comments and also questions. Now, I'd like to invite Vice President of International University, Mr. Lee Ho-chul. Of course, I mean, he will have a lot of comments, but also I want his comment to the point made by Professor Brother on why Chinese is seeking technological leadership as a means to an end. So what is your interpretation of Chinese end? Thank you. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And also thank you, Professor Park Jae-hoon, and thank you for your effort to organize this wonderful conference. The chairman delivered me a question by Professor Draeger, why China is looking for technological leadership against the United States. President Kim Hung-jong, I think he presented a wonderful aspect of a technological competition between US and China. Also, competition for technological hegemony. Also, that's the issue of economic security, competition between two countries for economic security. Even technology is not free from politics and ideology. That's why China is looking for leadership in technological competition against the United States. Because President Kim Hung-jong gave us a wonderful presentation in terms of technological competition between China and US, I would like to add some other aspect of the US-China relations as a political scientist. We are listening many times about hegemonic competition between two countries.
In Korea, we usually say 패권 경쟁, 미중 간 패권 경쟁. Is really hegemonic competition is going on between two countries. Hegemony cannot be achieved without supporting by universal norms and ideas. In that terms, even we can say a kind of hegemonic competition is going on between two countries, but it's going to be a very long time process, because it is still very hard for China is gaining any other leadership in terms of universal norms and ideas yet. So hegemonic competition is going on between two countries, but it's going to be a very long time process. Second, we hear many times, a new Cold War between US and China. Is really a new Cold War is going on between United States and China? If we remember what happened between Soviet Union and United States since 1945 to 1987 to 1991, there was a military confrontation between two sides, right? Can we say here is a military confrontation between China and United States? A potential, we would say, but we do not see any apparent military confrontations between two sides. Is there any economic confrontation between US and China? I think it's still very hard to accept. China is very dependent on US market, and US also very dependent on import from China. There is a very high level of economic interdependence between two countries. So economic confrontation is still not the reality between two countries. Is there any ideological confrontation between two countries? I cannot accept yet. China is a leading communist country. US is certainly is leading country of liberal, free, democratic country. That is true. However, China is a leading communist country against US side. It's very hard to accept, right? Even, is China is really a communist country? If you look at the reality of Chinese economy, it is very difficult to classify China as a communist country. China's GDP is produced almost more than 75% by private and foreign capital. The state-owned enterprise contribute only 20% more or less of China's economy. Is China a communist country? It's very hard to accept China as a real communist country. So still, it is very difficult, very hard to accept any ideological confrontation between two countries. So many media and specialists and politicians, they say a new Cold War is coming on, so we have to prepare for the new Cold War, which is not quite reality yet. And next aspect, another aspect of US-China relations is a power transition is going on. In theory of international politics, there is a theory of power transition. According to that theory, when power transition is completed, in other words, China takes over the national power of the United States, then a severe conflict or even war could occur between two countries. That's what the theory of power transition tells us. Then is power transition is going on between two countries? My conclusion is, yes, it is going on. However, it's also very far, long possibility, both economic capability and military capability. So, a little short time perspective, is there any strategic competition between two countries? As President Kim Hong-jong, talked about today, in terms of a technological competition, I would say yes. There is a strategic competition is going on right now. As Joe Biden administration's the interim national security guidance, the president defined the current relationship between China and US as a strategic competition. We say the China's Belt and Road Initiative, it has strategic implications. The US Indo-Pacific strategy, it has strategic competition against China's expanding, strategy. So strategic competition is going on right now. Then my question as a citizen of Korea, how Korea we should position between this strategic competition of two countries. It is really very difficult. I'm teaching Chinese politics to my students. Some experts suggest a strategic balance. Korea should play a strategic balance as a middle power between two big powers competition. It sounds good and rational, but it's also very hard to implement for Korea to play such a balancing role between two countries. Or Korea should take any one part. Korea should strengthen US-Korea alliance relations against China, or Korea should go more close toward China. It's not easy. That also my own, ongoing questions. So I think you must be an economist, right? I ask your consideration, even because your title also contains Korea, but I waited your presentation, but you didn't talk about much about how Korea should take position between technological competition between two countries. Thank you. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Liu Chol, for complementing geopolitical aspects to the question we are discussing today, US-China relationship. I very much agree with your analysis that US-China relationship, despite the fact strategic competition is heating up, but it is very different in many aspects from the Cold War type US former Soviet competition, and also because of the interdependence and because of number of shared interests in tackling global threats. Whole humanity is facing, like climate change, WMD proliferation, and WMD security. US and China have ample reasons to work together. So three C's we call it, cooperation, competition, confrontation, are happening almost at the same time. And I think responsibility for US and China is to manage their relationship responsibly so that those three C's will not spiral out of control into inadvertent, unintended conflict. Then it will be a disaster for all. And with that, now I'd like to move to Ambassador Shin-Bong-gil, and also I want to hear his view to the insights we heard in the earlier session by Professor Arvind Panagaria about India, because now global strategic occasion is in transition, as Professor Ryochul said, and increasingly we are seeing now maybe different triad of strategic occasion coming in, from US, China, Russia triad to maybe possibly now US, China, India triad in Asia and also at the global stage. So floor is yours, Ambassador Shin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Everybody, you see, we notice the growing power of India, and it is a fact. And when one country rises, then the neighboring country feels threat. And somehow, when I was in India, conflict in the Himalaya area took place, and more than 50 or 60,000 troops were amassed in that area, in that frontier area, and there was a high kind of risk of war occurring in that area. What I'm saying is that when one country rises, then another country feels threat, then there's a high possibility of war. That's the theory of Graham Allison, Destined for War. He named it Thucydides trap. That is, when a rising power threatens to displace a ruling one, the most likely outcome is war. That means that US-China rivalry is also seen with this point. I think this is the most powerful insight when we see the harsh competition taking place between China and United States. And in a sense, between Korea and Japan, in a smaller scale, I think this, to assist this type of competition is taking place. That means, formerly Korea was not a competing country of Japan. We were negligible in our power on everything. And Japan was very much tolerant and much more relaxed toward Korea. But these days, looks like there's no more the luxury of treating Korea as a comfortable neighbor. South Korea became world's 10th largest economy in 2020. South Korea has top-tier national infrastructure, a world-class export portfolio, a surging startup scene, and a popular cultural sector like BTS and the movie Parasite, Squid Game. These are the region's envy. So, as I said, that the most powerful insight which can define the rivalry between the big powers is this Thucydides trap. In Korean language, we call it 투키디데스 trap, 투키디데스의 함정. So I think at this kind of very difficult world situation, what is the way to come out from this kind of conflict? That is, the role of the leadership is very much important. Actually, we should elect a more open and more, open-minded leaders, which not relying on cheap nationalistic sentiment or depend on cheap patriotism or cheap nationalism. Once in India, you see, Indian Prime Minister Modi and President Xi Jinping of China the relationship was very good. But once conflict arose in Himalayan frontier, the two sides all relied on patriotism and nationalistic sentiment. And it may have led to a war between these two big countries. I would like to close my comment that this kind of two-sided trap is taking place between United States and China, and India and China, and even in a smaller scale between Korea and Japan. And the top leaders' vision is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Shin, for reminding us of a very serious risk we are facing called Thucydides trap. In between, I think, all sets of bilateral relationship, US-China, China-India, even Korea-Japan. And I cannot agree more with the importance of the political leadership. But as I said at the beginning, nationalism is rising, and political leaders tend to ride on nationalism to catch the votes, rather than putting it down. So we also have common risk of politics aggravating Thucydides trap type of risk. And another risk I have is we call Kindleberger trap, which happened in between the two world wars. Because the world's newly rising world number one didn't know he is the world's number one, and it didn't exercise leadership to prevent the Second World War from coming. And now we often said G2. But sometimes on many issues, I feel we are living in a world of Z0. Lack of global leadership by both countries. Issues like on climate change, the common existential threat facing the whole humanity. So I think hyper uncertainty comes from the combination of these two risks, Kindleberger and Thucydides trap combined. And now I'd like to ask a final comment to Professor Park Sung-hoon of Korea University, because it was my mistake not to give the chance to Professor Brada and Professor Mizobata to ask questions on Professor Gregor before he left. But I think you are the one who shares most with his thinking. So I very much like ask you to respond to the questions of both Professor Brada and Professor Mizobata on the economic analysis given by Professor Gregor. Thank you. Pro is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was not intending to intervene again on Professor Drager's presentation. If you allow me, I'd like to have some comments on President Kim's presentation. I greatly enjoyed his presentation, and I am really in full agreement with his presentation. But I have some complementary comments. I'd like to bring into discussion three catchwords that are used as a basis for today's and recent trade policies of the United States and European Union. Two are excellently discussed, and these two are technology and supply chain. And supply chain is accented, especially after the COVID-19 outbreak. And number three is value, and the value is not much discussed. Therefore, I'd like to discuss a little bit more on the value-based trade policy and value-based economic policies of the two very strong traders, United States and European Union. A few days ago, President Biden mentioned about dirty Chinese steel, and this is containing value, right? Why the Chinese steels are produced dirtily? That is a value system. And probably one of the major potential uncertainties we might see in the future is the clashing of values and clashing of systems. And the signs of that was visible already from since 5 to 6 years. If you take a look at the trade policy of the European Union, EU adopted several new trade policies over the past decade, 2006, 2015, and 2020. And especially 2015 trade policy was accenting the importance of value-based trade policy. And this was reiterated in 2020 trade policy. And if you take a look at Trump and Biden's trade policy, this is a manifestation of how the United States would like to rule and govern the global trading regime, right? Deviating from the traditional multilateralism, accenting the importance of bilateralism, and also giving some weight, more weight to nationalistic gains that they can gain from the trade policies. From the EU perspective as well, this value-based trade policy or the value-based commercial policy is shown in several incidences. Number one is, if you take a look at the 2018 Connectivity Initiative, brought into discussion by the then President of the European Commission. There was Mogherini, right, the Italian Mogherini. And she was presenting a EU-Asia Connectivity Initiative. And this was countering the BRI. And this was also this year reiterated by the von der Leyen, the new Commission President. And number two is, EU and China have negotiated the CAI, Comprehensive Agreement on Investment, but this is not yet ratified. It is not brought into action because some member states, they are hesitant to bring this into full implementation. So these things are changing the landscape of world economic governance, as well as, I think, world politics as well. And this is, therefore, kind of source for number of new uncertainties for me. So I think we have to pay attention to that aspect, value. If you take a look at the supply chains as well, excellently discussed by President Kim, if you remember the kind of summit, special summit for supply chain partnership, and by the President Biden, but also the European Union is very keen to have this as well. I mean, if you look at the recent document about the strategic alliance for batteries, batteries are important, and batteries are having about 40–50% of value added for e-vehicles. They would like to produce it in Europe, but they would like to import from China or Korea or other countries. They would like to produce it. So supply chain is important. I mean, therefore, the technology supply chain discussed by President Kim, very important. But for me, the value-based trade policy and economic policies implemented by US and EU, I mean, this will be kind of source for the new uncertainties and vulnerabilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Park, for your comments. Now, Professor Kim, President Kim Hung-jung.
Okay, thank you very much for the many questions and comments. Yeah, I'd like to answer it very briefly about some issues. First of all, value. Professor Brada and Professor Park Sang-won and Professor Yoo Chol, you talked norm and value and norm. You talk about that, and I think that China is very dangerous for the Western people, including the United States and Europe, because China tried to expand their ideas. What is the idea? We can show the alternative paths of dependence in the development to the other countries. To other developing countries, China wants to be a model for the different route to be a leading country in the world. Liberal capitalism based on democracy, which was created by Europe and expanded and developed by the United States, cannot be an absolute value. That is just one type of the value that leads to the prosperity to you. And then China dream, when the President Xi Jinping announced about 6 and 7 years ago, that the idea is that I can show you the different route. And that's the reason why the two sides cannot reconcile. Joe Biden was very smart in his state visit to Europe in this spring, that they had transatlantic relations, they had many problems, including tariff, including technology, including energy, including the many other issues. But Joe Biden was very smart in dealing with this issue. He emphasized this kind of value. And so this value was created by you, Europe. And then we are the same in protecting this value. And then China tried to do some other different things. So that's the reason why the Europe was completely abided by the United States in dealing with this issue. So this is the reason why we are so pessimistic in understanding this conflict between the two, the United States and China. So that is not the areas of tariff, that is not areas of trade, not technology. Just it's the value conflict. And then second one, I do not talk about some very minor issues in the economic securities in the key component, but I'd like to emphasize for the ordinary goods trade, there would be no big change, because in the ordinary goods trade, the China and United States, Europe, Korea, Japan, highly dependent, and no countries would like to change this kind of the economic supply chain, value chain. But the problem is the high-tech future technology areas, including some kind of semiconductor, and then electricities, and also new renewable energy areas. Especially, I'd like to focus on the four things. The first, semiconductor, rare earths, and the battery for automobiles, and finally hydrogen. In 4 areas, I mean, most of the, except semiconductors, the other 3 areas mostly dominated by China now. For instance, in cobalt production, cobalt is the key component of the battery, and the cobalt is now produced, mostly 80% of cobalt is produced in DR Congo, Kinshasa, Congo, owned and operated by Chinese state-owned enterprise. Okay? So this kind of heavily dependence on the China in terms of new future resources is one of the key components that even if we know that we hear so many news from Joe Biden, from the United States and Europe, then a kind of the coalition between among Western peoples, but we cannot highly trust in this kind of saying, because China is not one of the main component for the supply. China is now capturing all the upstream areas of this kind of key components area. And strategic autonomy set by Europe, and also other types of this expression is like the strategic autonomy from China. And I think this kind of efforts can be made and could be achievable, because technology cannot be produced, cannot be developed, no longer be developed in proportionally. Technology and science can be developed in certain directions. And then if money is there, then technology and science can be there. So now the Western companies are now producing how to make the battery without cobalt, okay? So all of this kind of thing is kind of strategic autonomy, and then in 10 years, there would be some kind of the achievement from the industries of the Western countries. So that's the reason why we don't have to be pessimistic, we don't have to be optimistic. Just look and see, and also see what happens in the future. And then we would think that all of this kind of competition between many countries, this is some kind of ordinary things we have to accept. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kim Hong-jong, for your response. Now I'd like to give a final word, maybe 1 minute, to Professor Brada, definitely, and Professor maybe Mizobata, who are joining us remotely. And to Professor Brada, I'd like to hear your comment on how, just building on the last comment of President Kim Hong-jong about Chinese aspiration to be a model for the world, including liberal trading regime. And now China joined AECF, as Professor Mizobata said, but stayed out, opted out of TPP. And China joined the AECF, and China applied for the membership of TPP. So with the US out of both trading regimes in the Asian region, how US can continue to exercise leadership as the champion for liberal trading regime. So floor is yours, Professor Brada, for your second comment.
Okay, well, unfortunately, we've spent 4 years of abandoning that leadership. I think in many ways the Trump administration was not incorrect in gauging the feelings of people in the United States and even policymakers about the threat that China posed for the kind of liberal international economic order. One can be cynical about this, but the United States views itself as a champion of freedom, human rights, all that kind of stuff. And China seems to be the antithesis. So, I mean, in a way, I don't see this as a difficult task for the US to reinsert itself back into this, both in terms of having its technology more widely accepted. And, you know, one of the things that we talked about was diffusion of Chinese technology. One of the problems is that, you know, when China was seen as a friendly panda that offered you decent technology at a low price, everyone was happy to kind of do business with them. Notice how successful the United States has been in blocking China's access to the global G5 market. And one of the reasons is that China has moved from being a nice, friendly panda to a country that really seems to be pretty aggressive in its territorial intentions, and which does seem to now use its economic power to bully people. So I think that kind of warm response to US trying to get countries not to use Chinese technology in these kinds of areas is really in part due to China's own behavior. They sort of, to use the phrase that we like in the US, is they're shooting themselves in the foot by means of their aggressive policy. So I understand what the issues are here, but China doesn't seem to be thinking about what its long-term interests are in terms of technology diffusion. Sure, it's throwing money at organizations like, you know, the Belt and Road Initiative and what have you. In the United States, we kind of feel like we're too poor to do anything for some reason. But beyond the money, China is really not putting itself forward as a good alternative to the role that US has played in shaping the world order.
Thank you so much, Professor Brother, again for joining us. I think it is already maybe 3, 4 a.m. You didn't sleep
We're
at all.
getting there, yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us today and tonight for you. Professor Mizobata, any final word?
No, thank you very much. Yeah, I enjoyed all discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And any final word from Korean participants? Okay, thank you so much. And also I must thank all of you who are joining us offline as well as online today, despite the fact we are running, I think, at least 15 or 20 minutes longer than scheduled. But I think at least we can take 3 major points from our session. First, the new normal in the post-pandemic era will not be as good as we wish. Secondly, in the post-pandemic era, even if we manage to escape from the pandemic, we'll face greater challenges, the lingering challenges to human security because of the pandemic and also a future pandemic coming back to us, and the biggest geopolitical, geoeconomic challenges coming from intensifying US-Chinese rivalry. And third takeaway is that Korea and a number of other middle powers, including Japan, Europe, cannot sit idle as US-China strategic rivalry is intensifying, because all of us have to try to find the common ground so that US and China can build on it and expand it so that their relationship will not delve into unintended confrontation or conflict. With those 3 takeaways, thank you so much for joining us today, and I hope to see you next year. And thank you so much to all the panelists. Please give them big applauses. Thank you so much.
네, 고맙습니다. 이렇게 긴 시간 동안 초불확실성 시대로부의 탈출이라는 주제로 진행된 토론 함께해 주신 모든 여러분들께 진심으로 감사드리면서 다시 한번 연사분들께 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. So once again, thank you to Mr. Kim for leading the session, and once again, thank you to all of our panelists who have joined us with their insightful words from home and abroad. Thank you very much. 네, 여러분 이것으로 2021 아시아 경제공동체 포럼 첫 번째 날 일정을 모두 마무리하겠습니다. 현장과 또 오프라인으로 힘을 실어주신 모든 분들께 진심으로 감사를 드리겠습니다. So this brings us to the end of day 1 of Asia Economic Community Forum 2021. Thank you once again to all of our participants who are joining us from home and abroad, online and offline. 포럼의 두 번째 날 내일 세션은 오전 10시부터 시작이 됩니다. 현장에서 함께 하고 계시는 오프라인 참석자분들께서는요. 일정표를 꼭 참고해 주시고요. 잠시 저희는 장례 정리 후에 환영 만찬을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 끝까지 함께 해 주십시오. Tomorrow will be the day 2 starting from 10 a.m. Korean Standard Time. And for those who are joining us here on site, we will have the welcome dinner. So ladies and gentlemen, please with us until the very end. 더불어 온라인으로 함께하고 계시는 분들께서도 오후 4시부터 진행되는 종합토론 그리고 폐회식 저희가 유튜브 생중계로 인사를 드리니까요. 끝까지 함께해 주시길 바라겠습니다. And for online participants, you can join the wrap-up session and the closing ceremony via YouTube channel as well. So we'd like to ask for your continuous participation until the very end. 네, 지금까지 사회의 이승이었습니다. 여러분 다시 내일 이 자리에서 인사드리겠습니다. Thank you and see you tomorrow. Thank you.